Whatever Chase did.
You were in court the other day. I'm Lauren Hunter and I was your editor. What's your name? Okay. Yes, I have cases with you now. So you're with probation and parole now? Okay. What area is it? Reach over across the table.
No, both.
Just for the.
Yeah.
I don't want to get too much.
Okay, you're good. Is that okay?
Yes. I am, and I'm sorry. I told you not to. I know you're Johnny.
Yeah.
We're talking about this looking like a horror movie. So whatever with all these burgers and things sitting.
Smells like gum.
I'm talking about the, no, you don't understand. None of the areas are right there. I mean, they were like lined up. I was like, boy, that looks good.
Yeah, they used to call it. Also, it sounds like. I don't have my Zoom up. Because I was working. Yeah, I should be doing it. They use. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't like to do it.
All right. Road circuit court is now in session. I'm the Judge David Williams presiding. Please bow with me for a moment of silent prayer.
Thank you, everybody be seated. Commonwealth versus Dalton Birdwell. Are you Dalton Birdwell? Born in 1998, with the last four digits of your social security number.
5368.
Here, it appears to be on a pre-trial diversion revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, just to give you the facts of this case,
Will y'all move to the left and lean behind the microphone?
Mr. Birdwell has a 5-year sentence on criminal possession of a forged instrument. He turned in some forged instruments to Kamea Food Market. He owed $4,043 in restitution. Up until today, he hadn't paid but $200. He was supposed to go into SAP OOP and hadn't attended. That was the two problems we were having out of it. Ms. Hunter.
In your honor, Mr. Stockton and I have communicated about this morning. Mr. Birdwell made a $500 payment this morning and also brought in proof for his next appointment with IOP. Given that, Mr. Stockton said he was agreeable to passing this to April to see if he paid the remainder of his outstanding obligation, and also maintained his appointments with Life Skills and wanted to put this on for the negotiation conference.
Is that all right with probation, bro?
Yes, Your Honor, we just need to put the fire under.
Well, Mr. Birdwell, these probation parole officers have pretty big list of people they have to deal with. You don't want to stand out among those people. You want to kind of disappear in the crowd. You know, do what you're supposed to do, because if I have to bring you up here again, it won't be good. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, I apologize. What are your April dates?
April 20th. When's the negotiation day?
Excuse me, April the 7th at 9 a.m.
April 7th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Brittany Carnes. Appears to be.
She's the one that was.
She is.
Here, Your Honor. There, there.
You transferred her over there,
Transported her last night.
so you want to put her on the jail docket? Okay, move her up to the jail docket. Bryson Coulter.
Well, yeah.
Commonwealth versus Bryson Coulter, 22 CR 0013. Are you Bryson Coulter?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1970,
Yes,
last four digits, social security number 5256.
yes, sir.
What does the Commonwealth have in this case?
Your Honor, if we could pass this a couple of months, his case is tied into the Jeffrey Miller case.
Okay, you want to go to May 18th?
Yes. I don't have any complaints about Mr. Cole.
Okay, you're under the same conditions of bond. So you and Mr. Bell will work out a negotiation date if you need to. May the 18th, is the next court appearance. Okay, Heather Franklin. Heather Franklin. Commonwealth versus Heather Franklin, 22 CR 0096. Are you Heather Franklin? Okay. You born in 1984. Last four digits, social security number 7532. Okay, with pretrial conference.
Yes, Your Honor, we're currently working
You need
on,
to speak up.
yes, Your Honor, we're currently working on submitting some documentation to Mr. Stockton pursuant to a plea deal that we are trying to arrange.
Mr. Stockton, what do you want to do on this case?
Just pass it one more negotiation day.
Negotiation day on April the 7th, next court appearance, April the 20th, okay? Catherine Grider. Commonwealth versus Catherine Grider, 22 CR 0092. Are you Catherine Grider? Born in 1964. Last four digits, social security number is 7795. You're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Is it substantially correct? Counselor, is there any reason this lady should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty to wanton endangerment, 2 counts, you shall receive a sentence of 5 years to run consecutively for 10 years, probated for 5 years, supervised. You shall receive credit for time served. She in the drug court, going in the drug court? Okay, are you in yet?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the court cost? Court cost of $185. You need some time to pay that. Okay, I'll let you pay that at $30 a month, and the first payment start in 30 days from today, okay? Okay. Good luck in the drug court. Shelby Horton. Shelby Horton. It says active warrant on here.
Yeah, she didn't appear at the negotiation day.
Commonwealth versus Shelby Horton, 22 CR 0094. Are you Shelby Horton?
Yes, Your Honor.
What year were you born?
1996,
Your last 4 digits, social security number?
5014.
Yeah. What's the deal? What?
Judge, I've just entered this case as of today. I have spoken to her previously before being retained. She does have a traumatic brain injury from a wreck a couple of years ago. She merely misthought the date that she was supposed to be here, but wouldn't. She got the dates confused.
What do you say, Mr. Stockton?
Well, we had 3 people that didn't show up on the last negotiation day. If we're not going to have people showing up, there's no use doing those. So people need to start taking them seriously. They can go to the store, they can buy a calendar. There's just no excuse for not showing up because you say you forgot. I'm going to let it slide this time, but it's getting to be ridiculous. The next time I want them to go to jail.
You understand the seriousness of showing up?
Yes.
Speak up a little bit.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, I'll take into consideration that the possibility that this traumatic brain injury might have had something to do with that, but you need to write things down. What Mr. Stockton said is pretty easy. I mean, I think your attorney can provide you a written calendar and write on there the days and circle it real big, okay? So, you know, don't miss the next one. April the 7th. And the next rule day is April the 20th. And is that at 1 o'clock, Mr. Stockton?
No, it's at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, April 7th at 9 a.m. Juan Howard. Is that how you say your name, Taquan? Taquan, okay. Taquan Howard, 23 CR 0001. You are Taquan Howard,
Yes, sir.
born in 2004.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number, what?
1655.
Represented by Mr. Carter. You're here for a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, Mr. Howard's 18 years old.
Yeah, I'll move over this way.
I'd like for him to get out of high school and then let Mr. Carter see if we can work something out. If we could set this in May or June.
What's he charged with?
He's charged with trafficking marijuana. There was a house full of people and there was a brick of marijuana. And Mr. Howard took responsibility for it, even though I think probably everybody should have been indicted on it if the truth was known. If I had the case to present over again, there
Took one
was
for the team. then.
took one for the team, which wasn't very bright in my opinion, but that's neither here nor there.
Sometimes the team scatters after you
Yeah.
take one for the
But
team.
Mr. Carter and I have some ideas, and I'd like to get him through high school and see if we can get him on the right path.
When is graduation day?
The last day, May 20th, I think.
You want him here on the 18th or you want?
Well, or That's fine, Your Honor.
Yeah, let's have you here on May the 18th, and you can decide whether you go down the road or up the road. Okay, be here May the 18th. You want him here on the negotiation day in May?
Yeah, I'll inform Mr. Carter. and tell
Okay,
him.
Mr. Carter, will you keep in contact with Mr. Carter, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, Dustin Jesse. Dustin Jesse. Commonwealth versus Dustin Jesse, 23 CR 00010. Mr. Jesse is here for the purpose of arraignment. Mr. Jesse, do you have an attorney?
No.
Why don't you have an attorney?
I ain't talked to one yet.
Do what?
I ain't been able to talk to one yet.
Talking about retaining him, we were going to take the case, however, we had a conflict of interest. I told him that before yesterday. Take you to the conflict. Like she didn't talk to anybody, she didn't talk to us.
So you're gonna have a private lawyer, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm gonna ask public advocacy stand in just for the purpose of arraignment, please. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with theft or theft by lawful taking more than $1,000, but less than $10,000. Theft of a motor vehicle registration plate and being a persistent felony offender. Do you understand those charges? Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Jesse, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea if not guilty,
Yes, Your Honor.
reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
You are relieved from your obligation. Just hand him the indictment. Mr. Jesse, you're to be here at 9 a.m. on April the 7th. And then your next court for negotiation, you have an attorney there with you that day. Then you come back on April the 20th for your, at 9 a.m. for your next court date. Both of those are conditions of your bond. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Robert McClendon. Commonwealth versus Robert McClendon, 22 CR 0095. Are you Robert McClendon? Yeah. You born in 1972.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 9729. You're here for a pretrial conference. You have an attorney?
I'm in the process of getting the money to hire it. I just need a little more time to come up with the funds to pay. I've been in touch with Mr. Bell. I just hadn't retained him as of yet.
Mr. Bell, you're not closing the deal too well on these people here. Yeah.
If I can, Judge, if you want to go ahead and set that, I'll go ahead and meet with, I talked to Mr. Stockton about the case. I'll try to go ahead.
April the 7th, for negotiation, 9 a.m. here. April the 20th is your next court date, okay? Thank you, yeah.
Judge, I got a knee surgery March 31st, so I may have to just do it by Zoom or call him or something. I don't know if I'll be getting around for it or not, so I'm hoping that I will. They tell me it's gonna be a couple of weeks.
I'll let you work that with Mr. Stockton.
Yes, sir. Judge.
Kimmy Nafong. Kimmy Nafong.
Your Honor, you have an active warrant on her case.
Mr. Stockton
Yes,
said that an active warrant for Kimmy. If you got her an NCIC.
she's got a case here. and
Jesus Padilla. Jesus Padilla. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jesus Padilla, 22 CR 00105. Mr. Padilla, you born in 2002? Let him center stage here. Let him behind the microphone. Mr. Padilla, you do not have a social security number. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
I need a trial date on him, Mr. Padilla, and the co-defendant Marie Rivera.
Your Honor, we were hoping to set that trial date out for about 2 months. I believe that Ms. Rivera's attorney is still attempting to secure a translator for her.
Well, I didn't hear what you said.
I didn't hear what she said either, so speak up a little bit.
We are in the process of, we got an interpreter and we're gonna get her the dates. So that's the whole lot.
Okay, let's have a negotiation day on April the 7th. And then after that negotiation date, if there's not a plea, we will set a trial on April the 20th, both of those. You understand that, Mr. Padilla, is if you don't have an agreement, we'll set a trial date. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Jason Pitcock. Maria Rivera. Maria Rivera. Mr. Pitcock, I'll get right back to you. You stand there. You're all right there.
Good morning.
Hello.
I'm Vanessa Arguello. I'll be interpreter
Okay.
this morning.
You raise
Staff
your
interpreter.
right hand, you swear or affirm that you're qualified to interpret in the courts of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, that you do so.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. State your name, please.
Diga sus nombres y apellidos. María Rivera José.
You born in 1986.
1986. Yes.
You do not have a social security number.
¿Cuenta usted con un número de seguro social? No.
We're here today on 22 CR 00106
06.
for a pretrial conference.
Es para una conferencia previa a juicio.
Your co-defendant
El coacusado
appeared just a few minutes ago,
apareció frente a mí hace
and we
unos
scheduled a
minutos.
pretrial
Nosotros
conference
fijamos una conferencia previa a juicio
for April
para
20th
el 20 de abril.
and a negotiation day for April the 7th.
Ese juicio el 20 y para el día de la negociación sería el siguiente día.
You need to make arrangements to meet with your attorney with an interpreter
Con su abogado para reunirse con una intérprete.
and be present on both those
Estar
days
presente ambas fechas.
for negotiation on the 7th.
Negociar el 7.
If you reach an agreement,
Usted llega a un
you can
acuerdo
enter a plea
ese
on the
día,
20th.
puede hacer una contestación a los cargos el 20.
If not, we'll set a trial date.
No, entonces
on that day.
haremos una fecha para el juicio ese mismo día.
Okay,
¿De acuerdo?
thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Do you have any other case here today?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor. That's the
But I
only-
wouldn't be aware either. So, do you have papers for me to sign or?
No, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm staff interpreter. so
Yeah.
I'm-
I didn't know whether they kept up with you or not either, you know. Okay, well, thank you very much. Have a safe journey.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, my other two cases are incarcerated in Benton County Jail. Would you like me to stay here or?
Yeah. Mr. Pitcock, you want to come around there? Commonwealth versus Jason Pitcock. Are you Jason Pitcock?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1982?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 2853.
Yes, sir.
We're here today on 23 CR 0008. We're here for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by counsel. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, methamphetamine, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You understand those charges. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Pitcock, you need to be here at 8 on April the 7th at 9 a.m. for negotiation, and April the 20th for your next court date for a pretrial, to either enter a plea that day or set a jury trial, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Jeannie Ramos. Jeannie Ramos.
Just let me approach.
Let me approach.
Judge, I had originally set this for a plea today. I just seen Jenny Ramos on Tuesday. She had a plea in her. She, her arms were covered up with what she thought was ringworm. She'd been seeing a doctor. She texted me just 10 minutes ago, and saying that she felt sick. She was coughing on Tuesday. And said that she won't be able to make it.
That's not good enough for me. She needs to come on in. Call her back. Tell her, come on in now. We'll pass over. That's the end of the docket. Angela Russell. Commonwealth versus Angela Russell, 22 CR 00102. Are you Angela Russell?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1973?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3917.
Yes, sir.
You're here today on a pretrial conference and a motion to revoke bonds. We all move to the left
Yes,
here
sir.
a little bit. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
There's two problems in this case. Number one, I was.
You get behind the microphone.
I was contacted by the bondholder, and the bondholder told me he wanted to come off the bond. So I told him he needed to be here in court today. I don't know if he showed up and still wants to come off the bond or not.
That was last month, Your Honor. We took care of it.
Okay, well, I've got another message. Okay. The other issue is that I've got two violations. One where Deputy Tyler Shaw answered a false complaint and it appeared that Miss Russell was impaired. And then also, there's another gentleman that claims that Miss Russell's been harassing him by telephone, threatening him. So that's the two problems I've got. as far as-
Who was the person?
One blank here. I've got him subpoenaed here. Tyler Shaw is the witness on the false complaint and Charlie Ryherd is the other individual. Mr. Ryherd here. Yeah, see you back there.
Come forward, Mr. Iher.
Shaw's here too.
Shall you come forward? Let's just hear some testimony, Mr. Poindexter, so you know, have some more information.
Yes, sir.
You want to call your first?
I'll call Mr. Shaw first.
Y'all want to go over behind the table here. And we need to have to come over here and take the witness. You can have a seat right there, sir. You can have a seat right there. Have a seat right there, yeah. Raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony about gives the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat there and state your name.
Tyler Shaw,
Where are you employed, Mr. Shaw?
Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
And are you a deputy?
I am, sir.
How long have you been a deputy there?
I've been in law enforcement 14 years. I've been with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office roughly 3 years.
Are you acquainted with the defendant, Miss Russell?
Yes.
And have you had any contact with her in the last month?
Yes, sir. Been around the middle of February. I think it was 15th, something to that effect.
Can you tell the judge what happened?
We'd got a call early that morning, roughly 1:30, 2 o'clock. From the 911 dispatch said that the lady had called and said that someone was messing underneath her residence, thought they were building a bomb. Then I went en route, and then I got a call back again from dispatch, said that she'd call back within 5 minutes, said that she was hearing power tools underneath her residence and saws and hammers, and she'd seen someone out there, and she went outside and shot a round off to try to scare them off. Then I arrived on scene. When I arrived, I pulled in. It was a modular home where the end was off of it, like the underpinning. I spoke with Miss Ryherd, and she
You're
got
talking about Miss Russell. sitting
Miss,
at the
I'm
table?
sorry. I'm Miss Russell. And we had looked underneath the trailer. We didn't see anything there. There hadn't been anything there. Then there was a glass, looked like maybe a mason jar bottle that was under there. She thought that might have been a bomb, but it wasn't anything. Whenever I spoke with her, the only indications that I could have was just a little bit of slurred speech, and she had some white crustation around the corners of her mouth and a little bit, I guess, excited about the situation. And then she made a statement that there was saw some lights going through the woods and thought that somebody was running off and going back to their house, but we didn't see anything.
Based on your experience as officer over the years, did she appear to be impaired?
To some degree.
Okay. Now, did you go to the other residence and check on this person that was allegedly putting a bomb under a residence?
She stated that it was her son. I left her residence, went up to his residence, which is not very far away, maybe say 3/4 of a mile, something like that. And knocked on the door. He come out, obviously had been asleep. Said that he hadn't been down there, and I just advised him to make sure that, he didn't go back down there because this was going on, and I didn't want there to be any issues between the two that night.
And that was Mr. Ryder that you saw that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No other questions.
Mr. Cordes, you may inquire.
Deputy Shaw, have you had any other calls out to Miss Russell's residence in the last 6 months or so?
No, sir.
Okay. Or have you heard of any reports of her doing anything illegal or that might violate the bond in the past 6 months or so?
Nothing that I would consider a credible source of information.
Okay, all right. And Charlie, the other witness here, is her son, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that they are against each other in this case?
I do now. After that night, she explained to me that some issues that was going on with her and her daughter and her son, and a fertilized feed plant. And then when I spoke to him, he gave me the same information that was going on. It was about a big family ordeal.
Okay. All right. I have another question, Your Honor.
Witness be excused. Thank you for your appearance. Call your next witness.
I called Charlie Ryder.
Ryder, come over here to witness stand. You'll raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Take a seat there. State your name.
Charles Ryder.
Now, you related to Miss Russell?
Yeah, it's my mom, unfortunately.
Okay, I take it you and her don't get along too well.
Not too good anymore.
How long has it been that y'all have had trouble?
Let's see, we found out everything with the loans on Lizzie in September, the fertilized plant deal about the same time.
Okay. Now, you contacted my office about some threats that you think Miss Russell had made against you?
Yeah, she had.
Go ahead and explain.
She had contacted her best friend, which is supposed to be our godmother, Melissa Proctor. And Melissa had sent me a screenshot of the messages between my mom and Melissa.
I'm gonna object to any
Sustained.
thing like that.
Unless he has it with him.
Look, I can go get my phone and that's where the record's at, and I'll give the records.
I've got a
Still be
copy.
hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't know what's on the phone.
But anyways,
He said it was a conversation between two other people.
Well, I don't know whether the person is going to be available.
Well, that person lives in Nashville and will
Well,
not.
and I
be
didn't know whether the screenshot was something that your client might have sent to this lady. And it wouldn't be hearsay if that was the case.
Okay. Let's try a different way, Your Honor. Can I approach the witness? Sometimes the motion. You identify that picture.
yeah, that's my mother, Angie.
That's your mother?
Yes.
And is that
The messages on the right are from Melissa and the messages on the left are from Angie. Anybody that owns an iPhone knows how to read the messages on it.
And before, when you and your mother was getting along, I guess she sent you text messages, had her photograph on it like that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's a Facebook, it come through Messenger. So Facebook Messenger has their picture of who they're talking to on top of the.
Okay. So did you get get this? Who did you obtain this?
Melissa sent this to me.
Sent it to you.
She was concerned about us. She's concerned about all the kids.
And you recognize that as a being from your mother, a message?
Yes.
Okay. And did she threaten you in that message?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, she's
Would you just read the message
Okay.
there? It's a
Do you know
message.
when you received this?
it would have been a few days before I turned it in to you guys. So let's say that last court date was Thursday, the 19th. It would have been probably the day right after it.
Okay. And it looks like it says from your mother, says, I'm going to shit on the water meter before I pay the bill and get it turned back on. And this other lady says, literally with a crying emoji, and she said, yes, ma'am, Michael's idea. And Charlie has an ice beating coming his way, as does Mike T. Brown. It's been arranged and it will both occur Monday after Michael's on the road, so he's in the clear. That's coming from your mother.
That's coming from her, and that's talking about her boyfriend she had at the time, or had at the time. I don't know if they're still together or
Is that
not.
who Michael T. Brown is?
No, that is the other person that's being threatened in the message. That's her ex-husband, and that's my sister's father.
Okay,
The Michael she's talking about being in the clear is a Michael Blakely who lives in Glasgow.
okay, too many Michaels for me to keep up with. Okay, and this Ms. Proctor sent this to you,
Yes, sir.
so you'd have.
Yes, sir.
I have no other questions.
Introduce that.
Yeah, it's attached to the motion. I'd ask to be introduced.
Objections order.
Charlie, continuing on that message, if I may approach your honor.
Read that message.
I told a friend of mine who's KSP that Charlie has 3 grow plots on the land behind his house and keeps a sizable amounts of ready to roll in his house along with arsenals of AKs and ARs and handguns. I'm tired of keeping that secret for Charlie. I've been clean for 2 years.
She was threatening to turn you into the state police for having 3 marijuana grow plots, correct?
A separate threat, yes, but the other threat
Right,
was
okay.
about asking.
All right, well, that's what I was asking you about.
And y'all can go back behind
And
the
so do
house.
you
and
have-
check.
You're not to be, you just respond to the
Okay.
questions, okay?
Do you have 3 marijuana grow plots?
No, sir.
Do you have marijuana in your house right now?
But I sustain the objection. This is not about what his activity is about marijuana or anything else. It's about threats he perceives. So let's stick to the topic here, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Do you have any tannerite at your house?
I keep some in the shop, but as for buzzard bait, we have for calving problems. Buzzards kill our calves, so I
Have
set
you,
that stuff out to blow the buzzards up
have you set off tannerite by her house during these events?
on my property.
Okay, how close is your property to her house?
Well, her house sits on our property.
Okay.
The
so
lot
how-
that she lives on is just the lot. It's, or just the trailer. It's not the land itself. Technically, whenever she steps foot out of that trailer, she's on our land.
So how close have you set off tannerite to her house?
I spend more than 100 yards off.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to
No other
shoot a
questions,
gun
John?
like 50 yards or 60 yards from the house anyway, so I made sure it was further than that, and it didn't have anything to do with that.
You may be excused. Thank you.
I don't have any other witnesses.
You want to call anybody, Mr. Poindexter?
I'd like to call Angela Russell, Your Honor.
Nay. Raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony about gives the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Ms. Russell, you've heard the allegations that have been made today. On the night that you called the police or the sheriff's department to come out there, what was going on outside your house?
I woke up in the middle of the night by something that was under the edge of the house. There was a racket. I checked my security camera and you could see 3 figures that were coming into the yard.
Okay,
Had I not seen the 3 figures, I wouldn't have thought anything of it.
okay. And prior to that night,
3 figures. Are you talking about 3 human beings?
Yes, Your Honor.
prior to that night, had tannerite or some explosive been set off next to your house?
Yes, just across the road from the house. I don't know measurements, but it was in the woods just across the road from my home.
How many times has that happened in the last 6 months?
In the last 6 months, it's happened twice.
Okay. And who do you believe is setting off that tannerite?
Well,
Did you see him? I guess would be my question.
Did you see who set off the tannerite?
Yeah, I can see him in the woods.
Okay. Who do you think that was?
It was my
no,
son.
you can't ask somebody who they think something or believe something unless you set a foundation for it.
Do you know who it was?
I do. It was my son, Charles William, the one that was just up here.
Okay. And also on the night that that deputy came, he says that you had some type of white crust or something in the corners of your mouth. Can you tell us what that was?
Yeah, I have very chapped lips. If I didn't have lipstick on right now, they would look crusty.
Okay. And do you take any type of medication before you go to sleep?
I take Seroquel. I'm prescribed 2 per night.
Okay. And what side effects does that medication have?
Well, if I'm woke up in the middle of the night, I'm gonna be loopy.
Okay, all right. And one last question, have you continued to be harassed by people since these charges were filed?
I have.
And what type of harassment have you experienced?
Someone contacted the employer that I had in December, and I ended up losing my job. I have been threatened by my son to have to leave the property, to have to move. I've been told numerous times that I'm no longer a part of the family,
Okay.
that I am not welcome anywhere.
Have they driven by and said anything to you?
I'm sorry.
Has anyone driven by and said anything to you?
Well, yeah, most recently, my son drove by while I was outside day before yesterday, flipped me off and screamed at me. Yeah.
Okay. And when he does that, do they cuss you or does he cuss you?
He just yells.
Okay.
We'll leave it at that.
All right. No other questions, Your Honor.
Could I add something?
If you'd like to.
The threat that was made, if it's read, I didn't make the threat. The Michael that is listed on that is the person who did that, and it was going to be done by someone else. I just made the statement that it was being done.
Okay.
And it never happened, so.
Okay. That's all I have. Your Honor.
So you're saying you were aware of the threat, didn't take any action, but it never happened? Basically is what you're saying.
It was all talk.
All talk, okay. Now you say you have a security system.
I do.
You have recordings or the photographs of these three individuals that came to your house that night?
I had it out when Tyler was there. It resets it's a cheap
So
system.
you don't have it now is my question.
It resets every 76 hours.
And there was no copies made.
No, I don't pay for the added features for it.
And then you say you take 2 Seroquels at night, so when you get up, you're loopy.
If I'm woke up,
So,
I had taken it at 11 o'clock that
so
night.
did you actually see 3 people or were you hallucinating that night?
No, I went back and looked at my camera the next morning as well.
And then, but you can't identify those people.
Well, not in the middle of the night. No, you can see 3 people walking in the yard.
Let her finish.
Okay.
You can see 3 people walking in the yard. I mean, that was perfectly visible.
But
And I had that camera, because it was on my phone, and I had that out when Tyler was there.
But you called in a threat. You told Mr. Shaw that it came from Charlie Ryherd that he put a bomb under your house.
Objection. That's not what was testified to, Your Honor.
I most certainly did not.
Why did he go to Charlie Ryherd's house?
Because after he got there, I told him that's who I thought done it.
Okay.
I did not say he did that. As who I thought did
Well,
it.
you say you saw 3 figures that you couldn't recognize, but you thought Mr. Ryherd did it. That's just not making any sense, is it?
Mr. Ryherd had told Mr. Blakely 2 days before that he had a big thing coming for me.
Okay. But we're getting into a lot of hearsay and not making any progress, so I'll just quit here.
No redirect, Your Honor.
You have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
And I moved.
Step down. Where's she going?
Right here. Your Honor, I don't believe that there's been any violation of the bond, and therefore I would ask that it not be revoked. There's been no positive drug test or anything else. She is subject to drug testing and monitoring, and I'm not aware of her failing any drug test. Pretrial shaking his head no, that she hasn't.
Are you working somewhere now?
I am, Your Honor.
Where?
Your Honor, she'd rather not say because he calls and
I understand.
I started my new job actually
Stockton, you want
yesterday.
to come up here for a second? Look, you step off the side, off the record and tell Mr. Stockton where she's working.
okay, yeah. And Your Honor, she would actually, currently she's under a curfew except for going to work and other places.
Church and the doctor.
Yes. I believe she'd like to move. if the court would
I think
allow
that'd
that.
probably be a good thing for everybody. You know, preferably, when is Mother's Day coming up? It's not gonna be a big day.
In May.
Yeah, it's not a big day here. Sad thing. Sad. Okay, well, I'm going to not revoke or bond. Now, where are we in the case generally here?
Waiting on records from Western Kentucky University, and according to Ms. Vanderpool, she called yesterday. We should be getting them within the next week.
Okay, let's have a negotiation day on April the 7th.
And if I could tell the court that spring break, as long as I get with Mr. Stockton before then, is that okay? Well,
Spring break? Do
I'll be
we-
out of state.
We have, oh, okay, I didn't know, but
I didn't mean that the court was on spring break. I meant that I would be out of town that week.
well, you can make arrangements with Mr. Stockton.
Yes, sir.
And then the next court day is the 20th. Will you be back in the?
Yes, sir.
The 20th. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Robert Simpson. Hello versus Robert Simpson. Are you Robert Simpson?
Yes, sir.
We're on 22 CR 00107. Were you born in 1991? Last four digits, social security number 5031.
Yes, sir.
It's a pretrial conference. What do we have, Mr. Stockton?
I don't know.
Your Honor, it was my understanding based on conversations. with
You need
Mr.
to speak
Stockton.
up.
Your Honor, it was my understanding based on conversations with Mr. Stockton that we were going to continue for one final pretrial conference for a pleader set.
That's fine. Your Honor.
April 7th at 9 a.m. You're to be here for negotiations. If you don't reach an agreement and enter a plea on April the 20th, or we'll set a trial date, okay? Yeah. Terry Welsh. Terry Welsh. Terry Welsh.
I said, show that up.
There is no Terry Welsh.
I'm not aware of his whereabouts.
He was in the Clay County Jail. And I thought you said he got his release, but I thought he was still in the Clay
Told me that
County
you thought he
Jail.
was released.
He made bond.
In the
So
Clay County.
Okay.
so it should be here.
Issue a bench warrant for Terry Welsh, no bond for failure to appear. Michael Williams.
That is my motion to dismiss without prejudice, Your Honor. He took a 9-year sentence to serve in Tennessee. It was like 9 years based on some of the same allegations that occurred in this case. And this is a case where there was alleged sexual abuse between him and his stepdaughter here just across the line in Kentucky. There was also much more in Tennessee. And I'm just asking this case to be dismissed without prejudice now because it looks like most of it, if not all the evidence is in Tennessee.
Okay, you don't object to that, do you?
No, Your Honor.
Dustin Woodard. Have an active warrant for Dustin. Want to bring him out here, Dustin Woodard. Commonwealth versus Dustin Woodard, 23 CR 0002. Are you Dustin Woodard?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1992?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 1511.
Yes, sir.
We're here for a pretrial conference. What was the nature of the active warrant? Was
He
it
didn't appear at the settled negotiation date.
I was like 10 minutes late.
Your Honor, I had received a
I
voicemail.
can't hear you.
Your Honor, I received a voicemail after negotiations ended last week that indicated that Mr. Woodard had a job interview that morning. I was not able to get a hold of him after that to secure the details of it, but based on the voicemail, I believe that he may have been
It's
at a
not
job.
good
interview.
enough. It's not good enough. Now, where are you on this case?
Your Honor, this was the first pretrial conference and negotiations. I've not been able to discuss the case with Mr. Woodard.
Got to talk to him.
Step away and talk to her if you want to.
Thanks.
No, you can just talk to him here. You know. Okay. Mr. Stockton, I hear rumors that there is some disenchantment with a trial or two that we have set during spring break.
Spring break. You're like me. I don't have any young children anymore, so I don't keep up. with it.
Are you aware of,
I was made aware of it.
with the jurors, I think have been calling the clerk's office. They don't want to come in that day, so.
If you want to get us, Mr.
What-
Ramos is Mr. Garrett's case. And then we have Logan Arms, who's in jail. He's been in jail for quite some time.
Well, I think that we can see the jury that day. If anybody has some excuse, they can call in, like if they have paid vacations near some exotic location like Mr. Poindexter goes to, they can. If they're going to Beach Bend, they could just go later in the day, so.
I think it's all the school system. Picture all.
Okay, let's bring Mr. Dustin Woodard back around. You have anything you want to say?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Woodard interviewed at Kentucky Southern Hardwood and Flooring that morning. He does have a job offer from them that he's supposed to start there in 3 days. He is asking the court to give him another chance to appear in negotiations. If he goes to jail today, he will lose that job opportunity.
He says. You say he says.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's, let me tell you what, if you can breathe, you can get a job now. I don't really think that there's going to be any, if he's going to be a day or two or whatever. I'm tired of these people. We had one lady up here had a traumatic brain injury. It appeared to me, and unless she's the best actress I've ever seen, I believe that. You know, him deciding he wants to go for a job interview instead of coming to a court-ordered negotiation day is not acceptable.
Your Honor, I will say he did indicate that he believed he was just supposed to contact me on that day. He did not request.
I don't know. Everybody else knows that. So, okay, you're in the custody of the jailer. I'm going to give him a 5-day sanction on this thing. I'm not going to make you wait till the next rule day because they just captured you. So that's my goal. Okay. When you come back here, I expect you to report to us that you're working and that sort of thing. So you got a 5-day contempt. And you be here on April the 7th. You hear me? April the 7th for negotiation and April the 20th. If you miss either one of those days, you'll be sitting in jail till we get you back. Okay? Thank you very much. Now we have the next thing that's scheduled in 10 minutes is the Davis County Jail. I don't see them on there.
They said they'd be on it. They got on, they were on Eastern Time and going on our end.
They're not on Eastern Time.
They
Thought we were.
they were going by Eastern Time.
Yeah,
Right on
okay.
it, and emailed me and said.
Well, it's Eastern Time ooching over this way, one county at a time. Okay, let's go off the record just for a second.
Hey, bond, yes.
Who's that? What is it? Okay. Let's go back on the record then. Paige Atwell
She's on for arraignment, Judge.
appears to be. Cromwell versus Paige Adwell, 23 CR 0009. Are you Paige Adwell?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1985?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3041.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have Mr. Bell with you. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine. You understand that charge? You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, wait for more reading and arraignment, and you're pleading not guilty. Yours ever gonna plead trial motion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, April the 7th at 9 a.m. for negotiation. April the 20th, I'll sign a reciprocal discovery order in your case where the Commonwealth will give you information to help you prepare for your defense. Both of those days, April 7th and 20th, are requirements of your bond. Do you understand that? Okay, thank you very much. Now let's go off the record.
Could I ask you a question, Judge?
Think that you can.
We're supposed to have a suppression hearing on Mr. Gerald's at 2:00.
Correct.
I had
detention. Davis County. Okay. Somebody called Davis County Detention Center, see if we can get them back on. We'll go to Barron County. They're not scheduled at 10:30, so, okay, well, let's go off the record again until we get Davis County on the line. Commonwealth versus Lori Sewell, 23 CR 0005. Are you Lori Sewell?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1973.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 7791.
Yes, sir.
Pre-trial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say about this case?
Yeah, please.
Is it a felony plea?
Down Virginia, Your Honor.
A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in the indictment number 23 CR 0005?
Yes, sir.
You believe have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you?
Yes, sir.
And you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand certain rights you have under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. I'm going to go over those rights and I'll ask you to understand it. If at any time you want to talk to your lawyer, step away from the podium. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. You have the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept this recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
You have any felony convictions in the past 10 years?
No, sir.
Are you currently on probation?
No, sir.
You understand that if you fully complete the diversion program, the charge will be dismissed and expunged. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand that if you do not complete the diversion program, you'll be brought back before the court and the court could sentence you and you would be a convicted felon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Move to your left, please, and let the Commonwealth. Mr. Stockton, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, upon a plea of guilty of possession of a controlled substance, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years. She will enter and complete the Monroe Specialty Court. She's currently incarcerated and will be released when she's oriented into the specialty court. She'll pay costs and fines, discretion of the court, remain on active supervision, all court costs paid in full. She'll maintain gainful employment, and all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
Is that what you understood? You agree to?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty of the acts committed in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing so of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights is still your desire to give up those rights, enter a plea, and allow the court to fix your punishment.
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept that. Have I referred her case to the drug court yet? Okay, and when have they interviewed you? Is she ready for orientation or what, you know?
Your Honor, I don't think that they have interviewed.
Your Honor, I talked to Mr. Krause this morning. They don't have an employee here, Mr. Murphy, and him's been covering. He's done one. He's got 4 scheduled next Friday. I think you're one of them, Miss Sewell. And we'll get you in as soon as we can, because we can vote on her anytime after this assessment.
They'll be over to see you then as soon as they can. Okay, thank you very much. See if there's anywhere else I need to sign. Stacy Flippin. Are you going to, y'all going to interview Miss Sewell in jail, or is that what you're going to do?
Yes, sir.
Miss Sewell, are you going to go see her in jail before she gets out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes.
Commonwealth versus Stacy Flippin, 22 CR 0007 for a pretrial conference and 21 CR 0048 for probation revocation. Mr. Flippin, were you born in 1964?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the last four digits, social security number 1815.
Yes, sir.
What do you have, Counselor?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Flippin, did you have some kind of ear or eye? You had glasses or something one time? Did they bring it?
I should have got.
Yeah. Did you have a problem getting your glasses or something? Was that somebody else?
No, that was someone else.
Is that right? Okay. Well, I just wanted to kind of find out who that was and bring it back to my attention if we can. A motion has been tendered, says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
Oh,
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
yes.
Are you the same person named in indictments number 22 CR 008 and 21 CR 0048?
Yes.
Are you fully informed about your cases and do you believe that you had an opportunity to review all the evidence?
Yes.
Okay, are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney?
Yes.
Before I can accept your plea, you have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything, right to speak, trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that by entering this plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that? Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll have a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea.
Yes.
Okay. If you'll step to your left, Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, Mr. Flippin has agreed to plead guilty to trafficking in a controlled substance, first degree, first offense, over 2 grams, and receive a sentence of 6 years. He's also going to plead to another count of trafficking in a controlled substance, first degree, first offense, receive a sentence of 6 years. Those 2 6-year sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 6 years to serve. Defendant shall forfeit $664 to Commonwealth of Kentucky. He'll pay court costs at discretion of court. Commonwealth opposes probation or shop probation. All evidence will be destroyed in manners consistent with the law of Commonwealth of Kentucky.
So what about 21 CR 0048?
That is a misdemeanor case. He's on probation. We'll enter an order revoking that. It'll be merged in with the felony.
At the same time.
Yeah, getting extra time.
Is that what you agreed to, sir? Is this what you agreed to?
Yes.
Okay. Pleading guilty because you are guilty of the acts in the indictment as amended. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, still your desire to proceed.
Yes.
You understand that after ending this guilty plea, any future convictions could be enhanced by these felonies. You understand that?
Yes.
Is that your signature on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll accept the agreement, order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. We'll have sentencing here on April 20th.
Your Honor, I apologize. Mr. Flippin just asked me to request if you could release him on an unsecured bond so that he may get his affairs in order before he serves the remainder of his sentence.
Cause I'm looking at a lot of times.
Well, you need to talk to the Commonwealth and you need to outline with some specificity certain things so that we can do. I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but we need to put some structure and time on it to.
And does he have holders? I thought he had holders in other counties too.
I know that his Metcalf case, he's not being held on that one. I know there were 2 other pending cases. I can check on those.
Okay, well, just get with me on it.
Roy Norris. Is Roy Norris here?
Yeah.
Here, Your Honor.
Okay.
Y'all do not talk.
Okay, let me come right back to Roy Norris. Tiffany Hitson, Tiffany Hitson here. Tiffany Hitson here.
Yes.
Whitney Carnes here, she in jail. Oh, she's in Marion County, though. She's not here present today. Yeah.
Commonwealth versus Tiffany Hitson, 22 CR 0026. You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Were you born in 1994?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of your social security number are what?
5920.
Okay, you're here in 22 CR 0026. And you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report and my probation from. Is it substantially correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any reason why this lady should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
On plea of guilty, you're receiving stolen property more than 1,000 but less than 10,000, you shall receive a sentence of 5 years probated. For 5 years, you shall enter and complete a rehab schedule through the Department of Public Advocacy. You shall remain incarcerated until a bed date is made available. What kind of bed date do you have?
Your Honor, she has been referred to a rehab program. We are waiting on the bed letter with the official date. We believe it could be as early as next week.
Okay, well, when she gets the bed date and I'll need to know who's going to transport her and that sort of thing. Okay, what are the court costs? $240. You need some time to pay that?
Yes, sir.
I'll let you pay it $30 a month, first payments, 30 days from today or 30 days from when you get out of the rehab.
Okay.
Unless you're working in the rehab and if you have $30. So you need to keep your attorney apprised of that, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I had Rigsby on our precincts, but yeah, there could be some confusion here. Which one of these names, she goes by Rigsby, and also we had her on the docket. Yes, as Hitson. So we need to make sure that the judgment is in the indictment, the judgment, when we send the papers up on the plea. Do what?
I believe that's correct, Your Honor, but
You need to speak up.
I believe that's correct, Your Honor, but I will check with her.
What was the indictment name?
Everything we've got hits case report and indictment.
Okay, well, the pre-sentence investigation report. The pre-sentence investigation report y'all kind of watch me here, okay? The precinct's investigation report has her listed as Tiffany Marie Rigsby. In the indictment and everything, it has Tiffany Hitson. Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, now let's go back to Davis County. They're on the line. They just have one person now. Commonwealth versus John Riley, which is 18 CR 00202. Are you Mr. Riley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, now, Mr. Riley, last time we met, you hadn't had the opportunity to look at the precinct's investigation report. Have you seen it now?
Yes, I have.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, except for one of the last charges, it had already gotten dismissed. So
Well, you're breaking up a little bit. Will you sit back there and away from the microphone maybe? Now talk to me and see if I can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, is it substantially correct?
Yeah, substantially, yes. One of the charges has already been dismissed.
Charge that's already been dismissed.
What?
I believe he's saying it lists a charge that's already been dismissed.
Okay. What is the deal here? Has he got 3 years?
Yes.
Should be sentenced for 3 years. Which charge are you talking about, sir? That in the pretrial in the report?
The unlawful imprisonment.
I'm having a hard time understanding. Is there anyone else?
Unlawful imprisonment.
Unlawful imprisonment has been previously dismissed. Well, we'll make that adjustment. There's not being no reason why you should not be sentenced. You're pursuant to the agreement. Your pretrial diversion was revoked and voided on December 14th of 22. You're sentenced to 3 years and you're given credit for time served. Can you, Counselor, can you move away from that microphone? Because when you cough, you're keying it. Just go back here on the front row, okay? I know everybody coughs this time of year. Thank you, Davis County. You can be released. Okay, now I guess we're back to Barron County now. Ryan Carnahan. Davis County can be released. Miss Hunter, I believe I think we're set up for you to be in the courtroom now. We got a new system.
Would you prefer for me to be in the room, Your Honor, then?
Yeah, we got something's breaking up on this new and improved sentence.
Okay, I will be in there in just a moment, Your Honor. I'm on my way.
You can release Davis County.
That's Charlie Brown's.
What you about to say?
Ryan Carnahan. Ryan Carnahan. Commonwealth versus Ryan Carnahan, 22 CR 0054. Are you Ryan Carnahan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say? You need to come up here, Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, this matter, the court entered the order for mediation. Judge Patton's going to give us some dates in a few days and we'll go ahead and mediate the
Okay,
case.
so you want to just wait, you want to put it in on
Probably
the 8th?
May, I would think.
Okay, let's put the May the 19th. There's going to be a mediation with a senior judge with you and your attorney, and the Commonwealth's going to do a mediation to try to advance your case more quickly. So they'll be in contact. And the next time you'll have a court date will be May the 18th, unless y'all reach an agreement, and we could come in on April the 20th if you reach an
The
agreement.
hope is that we meet, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Jason Grider for sentencing. Jason Grider for sentencing. Are you Jason Grider?
Yes, sir.
This is 22 CR 0091 Commonwealth versus Jason Grider. Mr. Grider, were you born in 1978?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, your social security number 1251. Is that right?
Yes.
You're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report of a probation parole? Is there any, is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Okay, your attorney is here today. You want to say something? Hello?
Yes, just I'd ask.
The keys and mark so you can see keys and mark. Upon a plea of guilty to wanton endangerment, 2 counts, the defendant shall receive 5 years on each count to run consecutively for 10 years, probated for 5 years, supervised. You shall receive credit for time served. Now, there was a question as far as the drug court. Mr. Stockton, has he been assessed for drug court?
Yeah, I think he's one that's set for the 17th, Your Honor. I didn't get names, but Mr. Kraus told me he had 4 set up with Bryan County Jail to be on the 17th.
Okay, well, they'll be over to see you on the 17th to assess you for the drug court. And then we'll try to get you voted as soon as we can and get you into orientation. The court costs in the case are what? 185, and I'll wait till you get out into drug court. From the time you get oriented into drug court, I'll start letting you pay $30 a month. Spread it out till you get back on your feet, okay?
Okay.
Okay, they'll be over to see you.
All right, thank you.
Lauren Hagan. Commonwealth versus Lauren Hagan, 18
Turn it
CR 00150 and 19 CR 0017. Are you Lauren Hagan?
Yes, sir.
Are you born in 1992? Last 4 digits, social security number 1420. Is that correct?
Sir.
Okay. Mr. Garrett, are you here in the courthouse?
I am, Judge.
Why don't you come into the courtroom? We got a different system set up now, okay?
Yes, I'll be right there.
Your attorney's on the way back in here. So
I'll be quiet.
okay, Ms. Hagan has been identified in 18 CR 00150 and 19 CR 0017. We're here on a probation revocation motion. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, Ms. Hagan has a 10-year sentence for trafficking. Ultimately, her probation was transferred to Tennessee. The Commonwealth is asking that probation be revoked. She's had 2 positive drug tests. She was in Kentucky without permission while she was absconding and got arrested, and she absconded back in August of 2022.
Absconded from Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want
Yes.
to stipulate?
Yes, Judge, but we would like to present some proof.
Well, if you stipulate to the facts, your proof would be to the punishment or revocation?
Well, we'll stipulate that there were at least two dirty drug screens.
But what about the absconding?
We'll also stipulate that she didn't report, but she was in compliance with most of her other obligations. So
she was in compliance with everything that she wasn't in compliance with.
Well, the scope of what we'll stipulate to, Judge, is.
You raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Ms. Hagan. Swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can answer your attorney's questions.
Lauren, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have someone to present to me a copy of your AA NA meeting attendance sheet? There were 2 sheets that were given to me.
Yes, sir.
And were you actively attending AA as part of your probation?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I don't know if she's able to see these, but.
And up here.
Lauren, are you able to see that?
Yes.
And are those sheets copies of meetings that you would have attended over the course of a year and a half?
Yes, sir.
And where all were you attending AA and NA meetings? What cities?
Bowling Green, Glasgow, and in Macon County.
Hey, did you ever attend any in Bowling Green or Highsville?
Yes. That's what Bowling Green, and Glasgow.
I don't see the relevance of this. Yeah, I sustain your objection.
Lauren, as far as the absconding element, can you report to the court why you had not reported consistently?
The August 1st, when they showed up at my house, that was not a scheduled report date. They just popped in. I had reported, my scheduled report date was on 8.
Wait, hold it on here. Step away from the microphone a little bit. Okay, now speak now, see if we can hear you.
The August 1st, day when they
We
showed.
got a bad connection here. We got a technological problem here.
Everybody wants to get on their computers. I can try to disconnect it from this new system and just run it through this.
Everybody go back to the rooms. We're gonna try a different connection, man. Let's hold on here for a second. Our technology creeps forward. One step forward, 2 steps back.
You want to take the grand jury up while we're getting set up?
Quiet.
Okay, let's go to Berrien County Jail again and see if we can get the technology to work. Lauren Hagan. Berrien County Jail. Lauren Hagan. Now, Mr. Poindexter,
Yes.
or whose case is it? Mr. Garrett, it's your case?
This is my case, Judge.
Okay. Okay, you want to speak up? You have any
Yes.
further, you have any further questions that you'd like to get on the record?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Hagan, if the court were inclined to give you some sort of a sanction, would you be willing to go to the Warm Center, which is a 6 to 9 month program?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you already been accepted to that program?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, that's all the questions I have at this point. I'll pass a witness.
Mr. Stockton, are you on there somewhere? We've lost Mr. Stockton.
Yeah, he's just in the process of.
Okay, wait a second. There you go, Mr. Stockton. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask Ms. Hagan?
Yeah, I wasn't able to hear some of it, but Ms. Hagan, Tennessee listed you as absconding in August of last year. Is that correct? You hadn't had any contact with them since probation parole since August of 2022?
No.
Okay. And you was arrested up here in Allen County back in January, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You recall when it was?
I got arrested in Bowling Green in December.
Okay, my mistake. And you didn't have any permission to be up here in Kentucky, did you?
Sorry.
You
Yes,
didn't
sir.
have any permission from Tennessee probation parole to be in Kentucky at that time, did you?
No, sir. I had spoke with them.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Garrett, you have anything else?
No, Your Honor. I would like to make an argument.
Go ahead.
Judge, we understand, obviously, she's got some positive drug tests. She has demonstrated, at least based on the paperwork that I have as far as her AA and NA meeting attendance, that she has an intent to try to remain sober. We do acknowledge that she did relapse on at least 2 occasions based on the special supervision report. And to address that issue, what we would like to do is have her sent to the Warm Center that's located in Henderson. I do have a bed letter available for the court. She's already been accepted to do that. The program is a 6 to 9 month program that would be beneficial to her.
Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's asking that Ms. Hagan stand revoked. She absconded for approximately 7 months. She was up here in Kentucky without permission. She was arrested. And we're just asking at this point in time, you know, this is start out, we give her opportunity after opportunity, and I'm just asking that she be revoked at this time.
Okay, well, you know, this is a pretty serious case of absconding, not reporting, leaving the state that we sent her to. So I'm going to revoke the probation on these 2 cases, and hopefully she can get some help while she's incarcerated. Thank you very much. Carrie Likens. Carrie Likens. Commonwealth versus Carrie Likens, 19 CR 00103. Mr. Likens, were you born in 1963? Last 4 digits, social security number 0959. Okay, what does the Commonwealth have in this case?
Your Honor, this is a case where I just added on late yesterday where I found out Mr. Likens was in jail. My understanding is he has a 3-year sentence for possession. And I wanted to get him on the docket. He'd been in jail since January of this year. And I need to pull my file. I can't find my notes for some reason.
Ms. Hunter, what do you have to say about this?
Your Honor, we would stipulate to the violations, but we would like to have Mr. Likens put on some proof regarding mitigation regarding that. I think Mr. Stockton would like that as well per our conversation from yesterday about this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Likens, you raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Proceed, Ms. Hunter.
And Carrie, I know you get confused sometimes, so if you don't understand a question, I need you to say, I'm sorry, I don't understand, okay? Okay. Carrie, prior to being on probation in Monroe County, were you also on probation in Clay County, Tennessee?
Yeah, out of Cookville, yes.
Okay, okay. And during the time that you are alleged to have not reported, did you have to go down to Tennessee to report for your probation in Tennessee?
Yes. But I was in jail all the time. I couldn't.
Okay, so that's what I was gonna get to next, okay? Did you get arrested when you went to report in Tennessee?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And were you released with a condition that you have to enter into a 12-month sober living facility?
I volunteered for that program and we okayed it through the judge. Yes.
Okay, okay. And have there been arrangements made for that?
Yeah, they got a bed waiting on me right now and a job.
And has it been a little bit confusing reporting between two states?
I thought one took over for the other. I thought they were connected.
Okay, okay, okay. I have no further questions.
I
don't have any questions, Your Honor.
You have any other witnesses?
No, Your
No,
Honor.
Your Honor, I would like to make.
I've
Sorry.
spoken to Mr. Collins about this case and he was in jail and is being supervised out of Tennessee. We would like to send him back to Tennessee so he can do his 12-month program and take him off active supervision up here in Kentucky, as long as Tennessee's supervised.
Is that all right with you, Ms. Hunter?
That is fine with us, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, so I guess we can let him out that he'll need to report to his probation. When can he report to his probation parole officer down in Tennessee?
As soon as they get out, sir.
Well, I know I need an appointment. You need to make an appointment and I'm going to let you out to allow you time to go home, clean up and stuff, and then go right in. You're not going to be out, as you say, here in Monroe County, gomming around for a week or two.
Your Honor, I
Mr.
think
Collins informed me that he's got a email that they're supposed to come and get him from the sober living house and go
Yes.
directly there.
I think that's
So
what Carrie's trying to
So
say.
Mr. Collins
Okay.
is on top of it.
I'm fine with that. So I'll sign an order to Barron County to release him to the sober living representative when they identify and present themselves. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. William Miller. William Miller.
Your Honor, Lee Davis for Mr. Miller.
Commonwealth versus William Miller, 22 CR 00104. Are you William Miller? Okay, you born in 1980? Were you born in 1980? Last 4 digits, social security number 2359.
Yes.
What's the Commonwealth have in this case?
Your Honor, it's set for a pretrial conference. Mr. Davis is conflict counsel, and he was only able to talk to me about this case yesterday. And I'd asked for a pretrial conference and a negotiation day.
The negotiation day, 9 a.m. on April the 7th for the negotiation, and the next court date is April the 20th at 9 a.m.
And Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to address bond if we can. I think that there are labs pending in this case. We don't have results. We can't really resolve it until we get those labs.
What's the charge, Mr. Stockton?
Mr. Miller is charged with trafficking and DUI. The lab is back on the DUI and it's pending on the trafficking case on the drugs at this point.
What was the quantity?
I think 1.5 grams of meth and 21 pills is what the officer suspected.
And Your Honor, I believe the co-defendant is out, and I believe that Mr. Miller's last felony was over 10 years ago.
Yeah. What about the ankle monitor that he was on the?
Well, I went to get a transmission from my.
Wait.
Okay.
Mr. Davis, are you aware of the problem? he had with the backup
I'm not, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Mr. Stockton, are you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware he
Was it your ankle monitor? Okay, I'm gonna put the officer on that was monitoring the ankle monitor, okay? You wanna just come there, raise your right hand, swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, now, we need to get where we can see that. Go back with Mr. Stockton there, okay? Mr. Stockton, he's coming back there.
Okay.
Our technology broke down this morning. It's all new. So we had to go back
Yes, sir.
to the other thing. Okay, raise your right hand, please, officer. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
State your name.
Ricky Richardson.
Mr. Stockton.
Well, Deputy Richardson, was Mr. Miller placed on an ankle monitor as a condition of his bond?
Yes, he was.
And when, what happened while he was on ankle?
On February the 26th, he had texted me and told me that he was going to have to go after a motor. Hang on a second, let me make sure I'm right on that date. Yeah, he said, I tore the transmission out of my truck. I found one, but it's a few hours away. Can I go get it? I never responded to him. Here's the text message in question where he'd sent me with no response.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
after I talked to him, or after I looked and seen that he had took off, he went through Tennessee, through the mountains, up into Virginia, back over into West Virginia, back in through Lexington. He was in Lexington when his monitor died. And I did not give him the authority to make that trip because I know that's something that the court would have to make the decision on. And he made the decision to go before I had a chance to talk to him.
And at some point, so did you get a warrant for his arrest at that time?
I did. I called the judge the following Monday, explained to him what was going on, and warrant was issued for his arrest.
I have nothing further.
Situation, it was just a misunderstanding.
Your Honor, may I?
Mr. Davis, you want to ask the officer anything?
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Sir, but the ankle monitor was kept on, correct?
That is correct, but it did go dead.
Okay.
And after it goes dead, I've got no way of monitoring it.
Okay. Was he given any paperwork with the rules saying that he couldn't leave Kentucky?
He was living in Tennessee. It's not the fact that he left Kentucky. He was given a copy of the rules. It was read to him in depth. It was explained to him in depth. He understood what was going on, and he even signed the paperwork stating that he understood the rules and that he would go by them. And I do have that document.
Okay. Do you know it? How far are we talking that he went? He went over 100 miles?
Oh yeah. He was nearly in Washington, D.C. My monitor said.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Hey, Mr. Stockton, do you have anybody else?
Now, I just want to ask one more question. How far was he allowed to go from his residence while he was on his ankle monitor?
What it was is he was, I guess you could say he was self-employed, and he hauled off junk. He done some mechanic work. He's always pretty good keeping up with me, where he was going and stuff. And, I didn't have a problem with him making the trips here and there. Never had really went that far, mostly around the Fountain Run area and the Macon County area where he lives. And, but I would have never give him the authority to make the trip that he did, because I don't have that kind of clout. That would have been something the judge or Mr. Stockton would have had to approve.
I have nothing further.
Your Honor, just one more. So he was checking in with you for a good period of time?
Yeah, for a good period of time. Then he kind of got to the point that he would just text me and tell me where he was going. And that's not how the rules go. He was well aware that he had to call and ask me if he could do something, because the court system would just allow me to do so much with that. And I kind of give him the good faith effort. He was working. He had to work to pay his the charges on his ankle monitor. And, and I give him as much leadway as I possibly could. The fact of making the trip to, into Virginia, I would have never done that, because if he went there and absconded, cut the bracelet off, there would have been no way getting him back.
And it only occurred
that's part of the supervision.
It only occurred that one time.
Oh, yeah. And it was a good one.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Stockton.
I just think under the circumstances, we ought at least have one negotiation day and be back in court. And that'll give Mr. Davis time to file a motion for bond reduction if he wants to, if we can't reach a resolution.
Okay, everyone's got, by law, the right to have one bond hearing. I won't use today's.
Thank you, Your
Honor. So I'll go ahead and grant that. Mr. Norris will be available for negotiation on April the 7th. Next court date's on April the 20th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah,
sir.
You need to be here.
Yes, sir. I will be here. Thank you for permission to appear by
Okay.
video.
Michael Reed. Commonwealth versus Michael Reed. Are you? Okay, I need to come back, I guess, to Roy Norris. Commonwealth versus Michael Reed. Are you Michael Reed?
Yes, sir.
We're on 22 CR 0090, represented by Mr. Brown. We're here for a pretrial conference. Were you born in 1982?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 5155.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, I'm prepared to get a trial date when we can, but I'm waiting on DPA. They're trying to get an expert witness. They represent Miss Andrea Stinson. And Mr. Reed's kind of along for the ride in this case. You have a case of alleged child neglect. Miss Stinson is the mother. Mr. Reed's the boyfriend. She's out on bond and he's not. And I'm just waiting to the point I can get a trial date or get a resolution in this case.
And we've agreed to make Mr. Reed's bond unsecured so he can get out.
Yeah, I have no objection if the court doesn't, Your Honor, because it appears I can't get anything set right now until DPA gets their expert. And it looks like to me that Miss Stinson would be the one primarily liable because she's the child. I don't know what legal duty Mr. Reed had. He was living in the home with him. But
I don't believe he had any.
Well, I would assume that would be your position.
But I'm just laying out the equities in it myself. I'm not laying out a
Okay,
legal
well,
position.
I'll go ahead. Can someone sign a $5,000?
He's been unable to. His only person that can sign is in Tennessee, and he's been in jail since October 26th, unable to make any sort of secured bond.
Yeah. And Your Honor, we had discussions about letting him plead out and giving him credit for time served, but based on the conversations of what he would testify to, it wasn't going to be anything that would further our case. And I'm kind of wanting to get to the truth of the matter. I want to see what these experts say. If I'm in the wrong, I want to know it. And if not, if they're in the wrong, I want to send them to prison. So it's kind of
Is he signed a waiver of extradition?
well, no, he lives
doesn't
here in
have any-
Kentucky.
I
He
thought he
lives in
lived,
Kentucky.
wait. I thought he lived in Tennessee.
His mother lives in Tennessee and she's the one that would sign for his bond.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and I'll accept an ROR on him if it's okay with the Commonwealth. But
That's fine.
he still will need to be under the conditions of curfew. He'll need to stay at his home, except he's going to church, work, or the doctor. And he'll need to get the number for pretrial. They've got it. I guess they got the number over there at the jail. Y'all have your number over at the jail. Mr. Parker, are you on the line? Okay, well, they'll give you the counselor. You need to get him the pretrial. Our pretrial officer had to leave. Okay, if you get him the number, and then I'll sign a release for him and they can give him the number. Okay. When do you want him back here, Mr. Stockton? April 20th?
I believe the co-defendant, Ms. Stinson's on April the 20th. That's when I want him back. I don't need a negotiation day though.
Okay, April 20th at 9 a.m. and I'm going to let you out today, and you need to check in with the pretrial just to open up the conversation about where you are. Okay. Did I skip over Roy Norris? Roy Norris. Commonwealth versus Roy Norris for sentencing 20 CR 00015. Are you Roy Norris? You're here today for sentencing. What is your year of birth, Mr. Norris?
173.
And what are the last four digits of your social security number?
1946.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Sure.
Is it substantially correct?
Sure.
Is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today, counselor?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty to burglary in the third degree, you shall receive a sentence for 2.5 years to serve. Make restitution of $2,455 to the Monroe Circuit Clerk to be dispersed to the victim and the Monroe County Sheriff's as regards to extradition in accordance to the restitution order that was submitted. You shall pay court costs in the amount of $185. So the restitution is $2,455, and the court cost is $185. Now I'll give you some time to pay the court cost. First payment would be $30 a month on the court costs 30 days after your release. And what about the restitution, Mr. Stockton? Was there any particular time period on the restitution?
Your Honor, he's taking a state sentence. I just put the restitution in there in case he's paroled and he's able to pay it. I don't know if he will be or not.
Okay, well, the restitution will start at $100 a month, and then the court costs at $30 a month, 30 days after you're released from incarceration. Okay, that'll give you a chance to get back on your feet. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. We had Dylan Russell. Dylan Russell. Commonwealth versus Dylan Russell, 22 CR 009, 22 CR 008. Are you Dylan Russell rather?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1996?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 1233.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Stockton, it says probation violation. What do you have?
He has a 6-year sentence on burglary third and assault third degree. He was sentenced November the 10th of 22. and he was placed into the specialty court program as part of his sentence. And then he absconded from the specialty court on January the 11th, 2023. So the Commonwealth's asking for revocation.
What do you have to say, Senator?
Your Honor, we would stipulate to the violation, but we would wish to put on some proof for the court to consider in lieu of revoking Mr. Russell.
Say that again.
We would stipulate to the violation, Your Honor, but we would wish to put on some proof for the court to consider in lieu of.
Okay, go ahead. You call your first witness.
Mr. Russell would be who. Would
raise your right hand, sir. Swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Okay, proceed.
Dylan, when you stopped reporting to drug court, did you relapse?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Your Honor, I'm object to the question. It's kind of vague. I don't know. But or is she asking about the relapse or what?
Yes, I'm asking him to provide the court with the information. regarding that. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Russell, you stated that you relapsed. Could you provide the court with some information regarding that?
Yes, ma'am. So me and my fiance had gotten into an argument and she asked me to leave. And I left that night, just kind of just mad and just whatever, and I ended up drinking alcohol. And then in my mind, I just got scared, I guess you could say. And so I took off, and didn't really know what to do, you know what I mean? I called Ricky Richardson and told him that, I was scared.
And Dylan, do you regret the decision of relapsing and running? Okay. And what would you ask the court to consider at this time?
So I just want to apologize to the court first off for not taking advantage of the court. It's a great program, if you work it, you really work for you, I believe that. And so I'm apologize for not taking full advantage of that program. And if it be the will of the court, I would like to, I think I need further like rehab or maybe like a long-term treatment or something to, I guess I just wasn't ready, you know what I mean? I got a serious drug problem, you can say.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
Okay, you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, we just asked to make arguments this time.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, as Mr. Russell stated, he understands he didn't take advantage of the opportunity with drug court and does regret that. He is asking for an intensive inpatient long-term treatment program in lieu of revocation to help him address his addiction issues in a very structured setting.
You finished?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, he was in drug court for a very brief period of time. He had a 6-year sentence hanging over his head. I don't know what else you can do to get somebody's attention to make them make the right choices. So I'd ask that he be revoked.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and revoke, and hopefully during the short period of incarceration, these sort of charges, he can get some help there. Marlon Stout. Are you Marlon Stout?
Sure.
This is 23 CR 0007. Were you born in 1985?
No.
Last 4 digits, social security number 8009.
Yeah.
Okay. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Your attorney is. No, you don't have an attorney listed. Are you going to get a private attorney?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to. Got an appointment set up with him tomorrow. Daddy didn't see him tomorrow.
Say that again.
My daddy's going to an appointment with a lawyer tomorrow, Johnny Bell tomorrow. So we should have.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask the public advocate to sit in for the purpose of arraignment and then transfer for the indictments over to your attorney. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging Mr. Stout with theft of unlawful taking or disposition, theft of a motor vehicle license plate, being a persistent felony offender. Do you understand those charges, Mr. Bailey? Well, there's no reason that after, there's nobody. You're relieved, Miss Hunter. Mr. Stout, as soon as you get an attorney, you need to contact the Commonwealth Attorney's Office and they will help forward the information. The attorney can get a copy of the indictment here at the clerk's office. And you and your attorney are expected to be available on April the 7th at 9 a.m. for a conference, and in April the 20th for your next court date. So when you get an attorney, they can talk to Mr. Stockton about a bond, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Shasta Vaughn. Shasta Vaughn. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Shasta Vaughn, 22 CR 0055. Are you Shasta Vaughn?
Sir.
Born in 1987.
Sir.
The last 4 digits, social security number 3221, is that correct? You're here for the purpose of sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, there's some stuff on there that's not correct.
Okay, what would that be?
The defense attorney is listed as Candace Steele, my attorney's Ken Garrett.
Okay, we'll note that. Is probation and parole in there with you, Mr. Stockton?
They are, and are taking notes listening.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead, Ms. Vaughn. Is there anything else besides the attorney?
That's it.
Go ahead.
Rest of it's correct.
Okay. Is there any reason we'll make that change? Is there any reason that Ms. Vaughn should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Upon a plea of guilty to fleeing evading police, first degree and persistent felony offender, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 6 years to serve. And I'm going to waive the court costs in the case, considering the length of sentence. Okay, thank you very much. Sonny Voorhees. Commonwealth versus Sonny Voorhees. 22 CR 0074. Are you Sonny Voorhees? You born in 1974. Last 4 digits, your social security number 8685. We're here for a pre-trial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, I've conferred with Mr. Gardner, and I need at least one more pretrial in order to talk to the officer and Mr. Poindexter so we can see if we need a trial date or if we can resolve this.
April the 7th for a negotiation date and April the 20th for the next court date.
Yes, Your Honor.
Terry Watson. Terry Watson. Are you Terry Watson?
Yes, sir.
This is 20 CR 00059. Mr. Watson, were you born in 1991?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 4232.
Yes, sir.
We're here today on a probation revocation. Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say?
Mr. Watson's here today. He has a 7-year sentence. He has 1 positive for meth, 1 dilute, no insurance, traffic violation, and a meth and a marijuana.
We had an agreement on this, Jesse. This is the one we talked about with treatment.
Yes, I was trying to find my notes on that. And Miss Hunter says she can find him long-term treatment. If that's all right with the court, I will go along with it. Because all he's had has been either dilutes or positives.
I really don't like these dilutes. I'd almost someone have a positive than to dilute. You know,
the only reason I'm in agreement, that was back in 10/20 of 21 is the reason it's not something recent.
Well, you find where do you think the placement's going to be?
We had looked at KCR. He had he's had some recent mental health issues. He's also homeless, and so they would set up when he is done with these 6 months program, a transitional living component to help him establish.
Okay, well, you get an agreed order on a release date and transportation plans, and I'll sign that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Little Joe Williams.
Yeah. No, email from Lauren.
Little Joe Williams. Is Mr. Williams there?
I must have forgot to bring him up, Your Honor. They're getting them now, and then we have Brittany Carnes, and that's all. Oh,
Brittany Carnes. Let's bring Brittany Carnes up then.
little Joe's in, here, I'm gonna send you a message.
Commonwealth versus Brittany Carnes. 19 CR 0085. Are you Brittany Carnes? Were you born in 1996? Last 4 digits, social security number 1313. We're at 21 CR 0085 for a pretrial conference. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Miss Carnes was in prison, then she got out of prison, and we've never been able to pretrial the case, and she didn't show up for negotiation day. So I'm asking for a negotiation day and a pretrial. If we can't resolve it, I want to get a trial date.
Okay, April the 7th for a negotiation date and April the 20th for the pretrial, either enter a plea or set a date, okay? Okay, I guess we're y'all found little Joe yet?
By getting him, you said? Yes, Your Honor. Or just clear.
I got the message, yeah.
Emails are done for.
Next thing after little Joe's at 1 o'clock. Is it? Who? What is this thing here?
No, Your Honor, I apologize.
No problem. Commonwealth versus Little Joe Williams, 22 CR 0075. Mr. Williams, were you born in 1979?
Yes, Your
Last
Honor.
4 digits, your social security number 1121.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We have a pretrial diversion revocation, Mr. Stockton.
Yes, Your Honor, and we also have, he has a pending felony possession case in Monroe District Court. And I would like to resolve both these cases at once if possible. If we could get a negotiation day and a pretrial conference status hearing. Because I think we might want to do an information in that, or I can take it to the grand jury.
April the 7th for negotiation date and April the 20th for a pretrial conference. Mr. Williams, they'll try to get all your stuff wrapped up together, and your attorney will be over to see you before April the 7th to consult with you, okay? Hope you feel better.
Can I get a bond or anything on it or?
Well, you'll just
Little-
need to write it out here a little bit, and these would be good days for you, okay? Now I guess we go back now. We have anybody else in the Barron County Jail?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Okay.
Your Honor. Appreciate you.
Yeah. Okay. Young lady, you want to come up? Who is it? Yeah, Jenny Ramos. Commonwealth versus Jenny Ramos. 22 CR 0041. Are you Jenny Ramos? You born in 1978? Last 4 digits, social security number 5570. You can move over here right here. Mr. Ramos, what do we have here, Mr. Stockton? We lost Mr. Stockton. There comes, what do we have here, Mr. Stockton?
This is a case that's set for April 6th for trial. Of course, still want to do it.
That's fine with me. This is a felony plea? What are the other charges?
She had a disorderly or wanton management, but she got into it with another lady with son, the other lady put a gun on it. She had a DUI and she got a misdemeanor possession charge, and she does have some mental health issues.
Motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Your year of birth is 1978. Last 4 digits social security number are 5570. You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct? You understand that? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Okay. Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? You believe you're fully informed about your case? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept those rights, I need to know that you understand them. At the end, I'm going to ask you if you understand what I've read you, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront, cross-examine all witnesses called testify against you, right to produce evidence, or right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court. If you lose, you have the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charged against you. You understand that entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that? Okay. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to considering any recommendation, I will wait the pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole, and then I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence. You have the right to withdraw your plea. You understand that? Yes, if you'll move to your left over here, move on over there. Mr. Stockton, could you see what the Commonwealth's recommendation? Listen very close to you. Okay.
When operating a motor vehicle without concentration by or another substance, finish or receive a fine $200. She plead guilty to possession of controlled substance, second degree, receive a sentence of 12 months probation, 2 years. Mine is criminal. She lives in Tennessee. If she wishes to reside in Kentucky over the next 2 years, she'll have to consider that. She'll pay a fine in court costs expected in court. All evidence in this case will be destroyed. Also, Mr. Garrett had it evaluated by a mental health professional, and we have an agreement with regards to competence in this case.
Is that correct?
That is.
Okay. What are the fine and court costs involved in this? Yeah. 610. And was there a fine recommended in this? $200, so it'd be total of $810, is that correct? $810. When can you start? I'm gonna say, can you pay $50 a month? Okay, well, the first payment toward the $810 court costs and fine, we can do 30 days from today. You realize by entering this DUI plea that any DUIs you have in the future are enhanceable or could have a larger penalty. Okay. Now, are you pleading guilty because you are guilty and you committed the acts? Is that the reason you're doing it?
Yes, sir.
That's your signature on the docket. I'll accept the agreement and so you'll need to come over here and meet with the probation parole officer. Anyway, you need to meet with her anyway, even though it's a misdemeanor, won't you?
Yeah, I'll just speak.
Just get speak with him before you leave. And you need some time to pay the 810 to that. Did I tell you $50 a month? So what I told you? Okay. Is there anything else? Do what?
Don't forget to take off.
Oh, we would like to see you over here anyway.
Hopefully I'll be in Florida with my kids.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, let's go off the record. Now, what day was that on court? Megan? It's April 6th. Okay. Okay, now the 6th is the arms case. I mean, the 5th, yeah. Yeah, I already took the 6th off. I just missed both. What is the arms case about? A real one? Real.
It's my case. I feel like it's a good one.
Is it Mr. Stockton finished for the day? Are they gone?
Still.
Yeah, let him.